6:00, let's call this Rockridge School Board to order. Everything about this meeting can be found online at rockridgepublicschools.org or at the tonight's meeting on the table back there, everything you need to know about the agenda. At this point, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. Okay. We have input. Can I get a motion to, item 2, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion.
By Director Westby, support by Director Johan. Any discussion?
Are we going to add this as an addition?
Yes, we are going to, that's something we got to start putting on our additions and deletions.
Yes, this came in very late, but it's
Okay.
related to several others, so.
So we're going to add 4.8. I don't guess, how do you guys want to handle this? We're going to delete 410. Okay.
Are we adding to the consent or the full agenda?
Delete to the consent agenda.
The approval of the agenda, I thought
We're
Yeah,
at approval
because
of the agenda.
we're at the approval of the agenda, excuse me. So 4.8 change, okay, so there's just some word changes and some, word changes on 4.8, as you have that paper in front of you, from change ESY teachers to ESY paras. 410 is to delete individual declined position. In addition of the following request, consider along with, addition of the following request, consider along with 6.2 and 6.3.
It's related, so you may want to put it 6.35 or something.
Yeah, okay, we'll just do that, 6.3.5. And that would be,
I'm totally confused.
huh?
I'm totally confused.
I kind of am too.
Right here.
You went over it kind of quick.
Okay, so the paper in front of you, you should have this on your, in front of you.
Back up, all the way back to 4.8.
4.8.
4.8
Is
A
a
wo-
change to
change the ESY teachers
paras.
to paras.
Okay, thanks.
And 410, when ready,
Yes?
Okay,
delete 410, individual declined the position.
oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you went too fast.
Yeah, you-
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. And in addition to that, the request for at 6.2 and 6.3 is going to add 6.3.5. Okay, which is going to be a little more information on some items, I do believe, looks like here it's from the Virginia Auditorium.
I didn't get that.
The sheet of paper?
That was mine.
Is that Jessica?
Yeah. Jessica. Regarding the Goodman Auditorium
Thank you.
pictures.
Okay. Everybody got that?
Yep.
Already.
And I have an addition, please, just a real quick conversation, add to the agenda somewhere. Now that our school year is over, and Virginia and Evelyn High School had difference of salutatorians and top 10 and everything, I think we need to decide or have a discussion before the next year starts of which way we're going to go.
Agree.
So everybody comes on board, all the students come on board
So
quickly.
at the next meeting, you want to have that tonight or
No,
next
I
meeting?
just wanted to bring it up tonight real
Okay.
quickly that we need to schedule something like that.
Yes, and Mark Winter is acutely aware of this, and they're going to have a group looking at this, and they're going to talk to you, but we can add it to the agenda to give you an update on where we're at right now.
Yeah, do that.
Tonight.
tonight, or
Okay.
the update is, they're working on it.
Okay.
And they're going to come to the
Very
school
good.
board with a proposal
Okay.
at some point.
Okay,
Okay,
very
that's good enough for me.
Yep, good enough for me.
At some point this summer.
Before the school year
Or
starts.
early fall.
Well, the sooner the better, I would
Yes,
suggest.
because people need to know before the school year starts.
Okay, any more discussion on that? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. At this point, item 3 is visitor input. I found out that Mr. Walton, you wanted to speak. Is Tom here?
Stay here. You can set your timer to 7 minutes.
3.
3.
What?
3, Tom.
Oh, you gave Frank 7 last time.
That's why we tried to stick to 3 every time so that people don't say that we're not abiding by it. And I've been pretty,
The same thing back on,
so again, Bill, you need to be very
Tom, it's
specific.
back on 9/12.
Tom, this isn't up for discussion. We need to conduct business. It's 3 minutes.
So Bill, regardless of who's standing up there, we need to do 3 minutes.
Sorry, Bill.
Tom, trying
This
to,
is not discrimination.
Tom,
One group gets, you just throw away your policy for them.
Tom.
And everybody else has got to comply.
trying
This is
to,
not discrimination, Bill.
3 minutes, Tom.
And Frank wasn't the only one. Was it? You gave,
Are we starting time?
Time's
Tom, please,
running.
your time is ticking.
Well, I think he's giving his comments, so let him,
No, he's looking for something.
is that your comment?
What I can speak on and what I can't now?
Oh,
Huh? You gave Rabidou 5.5 minutes. Didn't you? Go back and look at the tape. I timed it again this morning.
Good for you.
Go back and look at the recording.
No comments, please.
Why are you discriminating against other people and you throw out your policy for the hockey group? You deserve an answer.
Tom, we don't typically, answer questions. I know we have in the past, but this is typically for visitors to give their input and,
Yeah, you give the hockey group all kinds of discussion.
well, you may be right on that, but
Do I have to take my grievances elsewhere? I will. If you're not gonna let me redress them here, why is it just? why is it not just-
In all fairness, he did tell everyone 3 minutes, and while they were talking, he did let it go over. That is our policy, but he did let him go over as a courtesy, and maybe he would have done the same to you, I don't know.
as one went over,
Reported that courtesy. One time I went over, let's see, that was maybe 4:24 meeting. I went over by about 35 seconds, and I was threatened. If he doesn't follow the rules, then we don't have him speak at the next one. And you replied, okay, Bill.
Just,
I find your policy void because you don't apply it to others, and then you apply it to some.
3 minutes is up, Tom.
yep.
I'll take my grievances elsewhere.
Thanks, Tom, for your input. Up next is Maxine Perkle.
Do you want me to just stand here?
You can stand over.
I'm just here and I will keep it.
Set the timer, too.
3 minutes because you've allowed me to present. I gave to each one of you a packet of letters of support of the SPARK program, and they are, I feel they're just dear to my heart. And I just want you to look at this program deeply. I have been working with this program and training teachers for over 12 years in other districts and watching this program grow all over the state of Minnesota. And my heart's desire that we would be able to keep this program in our district and keep building on it And that's what keeps me fighting at this point in my life for not me, but for these kids, because I know how awesome this program is. And what I was gonna say to you is in your packet, because I'm not gonna say everything that's on here. But I just want you to know, if you change my position to title, I will not be able to service the kids the way I have been in the district. And it would be such a travesty to give up this program. It's what we need before the title. Interventionists can't do their job until our kids are developmentally ready, and this program does it, and we've been doing it for 10 years in the district. I started out at $12 an hour with Vine for 2 years until Jeff Carey saw, because he came from Cherry and he had implemented this program in his life. And I just hope that you can support it so that we continue to do it. We have done in the district. And you can contact me. I put some things down here. To me, it's black and white. You either say, and I was in black and white clothes going, okay, it's a black or white decision. You either say that we promote this program and we go with it, or we abolish it, because our kids, it would be just so sad to me personally if our kids did not have this developmental program. These kids love it. I was at the grocery store when I came home from the lake, and this girl said to me, she's a high school girl, because we've had it long enough, and she said, oh, you were the smart teacher. And I said, yeah, but I said, we might not have it anymore. She said, not have it anymore. It's the only thing I remember. You know, and kids come up to me, and the second graders who we could not service this year were looking in that room, wishing that they could have the program. We need to promote this. And with that, I'm going to stop and tell you that I want to thank you as an educator who graduated from college in 1971. I'm still in education because I believe in our school district and what we're doing. I graduated from Handbook High School as Marine School. I taught 3 years at the Franklin School Black and Gold, and now I'm a Wolverine, green and black, still here.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Maxine.
I know your jobs aren't easy, but please think about this.
Okay. Thank you. Up next is,
Wait, could I just ask, it's not to the public, but this has come up a few times at our board meetings, and when will we as a board decide whether we are going to offer the SMART program or not instead of title? That's just an administrative question. At some point in time, we do.
I will put it on the next board agenda
Next-
for consideration.
Okay, good.
yeah,
It is happening in other buildings.
okay.
Who's the third one? Keep you on track here, buddy.
I know, I'm just trying, I don't want to butcher the first name. Kalia Persig? Did I say it right? Kaylee.
My name is Kaylee Persig, and I would like to say that moving to Franklin was not easy, but the sliding hill changed everything. Please vote to give us a sliding hill and play area. Please, we deserve the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're talking about the North Star, right, Kalia?
Yeah.
Okay. Up next is Carrie Radke. Kaylee. I said up next is Terry Radke.
Hi, my name is Terry Radke, and I'm a resident of the Rockridge School District. And when the agenda came out, I noticed 4.6, and I have some questions regarding that on the agenda. One of the questions I have is, have all the parents been notified that there is a Gay Straight Alliance Club in the school? Are parents aware of this? I've talked to some, they're not aware. Number 2, if a student joins the club, are their parents notified promptly? Or is this something that the parents never know about and their kids are going to the club? That's a concern. And then from the Great Straight Alliance website, it states that they cover sexual orientation education. So I want to know who specifically does the educating, what are their qualifications, Who gave them permission to talk to students about sexuality? And are there curriculums or resources that parents can read and or look at to see if the club's advisor or whoever's teaching the club holds the same values as the parents? I was sent an email from a student a while ago who got an invite to the club. Hello, 7th and 8th graders. Come and join them for a Kenzie Hoffman Together for Youth, for anyone who wants to be involved. And I'm not going to waste my time reading it if you want to see the email. And this is from a Miss Fierke, Tara Fierke. And it's, so who are these people and who approved of Kenzie Hoffman? What was she going to present on? I think those are good questions to ask. These are our kids, right? 7th and 8th graders. They're confused enough at that age, let alone to, have someone you don't even know. What are they telling our kids? What are they teaching them? And also, it's a student-led organization. So are the teachers promoting it? Who brought this forward that this should be in the school? I'm just curious. I'm not saying we're wrong to have it, but parents need to know and parents need to consent to everything our kids do. I think that's the right thing to do, is have parents' involvement and transparency. We don't have to hide anything. What are we hiding? So that's my issue. I think it's inappropriate for a teacher to send a kid an invitation that the parent didn't give their consent to. I just feel like that's just obvious, right? On the website for the organization, they say there's numerous things that are in there that are upsetting. But one of the things is if you want to start your club in the school and the school denies you because of the name, add Jesus or God to it and you'll be okay, because they don't want to discriminate. So these are upsetting things.
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else on?
Does anybody else in the audience want to speak?
Okay.
Okay, all right, we're moving on. Okay, item 4, consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve consent agenda?
I'd like to pull a couple, if you want to go ahead and approve it and then pull, I don't know how to do it. For discussion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion by Dupont, support by Director Reardon. Discussion, what did you want to?
Yeah, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.13. Yes, that's it, yeah.
For discussion.
Yeah, and what number did Terry just?
4.6.
4.6, just for discussion purposes.
Can we just have the discussion right now? Okay, what's that?
There's a couple in there I'd like pulled too for
Okay,
discussion.
all right, what are they?
I would just I'd like some input on 4.4. And I am okay with pulling 4.13 as well.
Discussion?
So for discussion.
Okay, all right, so everything we're doing,
Clarifying.
Ones Polly wanted.
Yeah.
you were.
So I'm comfortable with
Okay,
having some discussion on those.
okay, so can I get a motion to approve the agenda with polling 4.3, 4.4, 4.6, and 4.13 for discussion?
I'll move.
Hey,
Okay,
Yuhan,
we already did that.
Yuhan, we just haven't voted on it.
Okay. Any more discussion on that? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed. Motion carries. It's been a long day for me. Okay, Holly, 4.3, you're up.
Yeah, on those two, I guess I didn't have a chance for input on that, like evidently Brandy feels. Not that she feels the same way as I do, but I don't, see, I didn't figure out the percentage increase, but I think Mike puts in way more, many, not on the committee, but I sat in on the committee when you spoke with him and Josh and some of the others. And at one point he said he put in, I think, 200 hours extra to get something up and running. I can't remember what it was.
Phone system last year.
Phone system. And that equates to a couple of weeks or more worth of work that he just volunteered and he gave gratis. And so I know that, well, there aren't any hours on here. It's not it's more of a, it's not an hourly job. It's something else. But, when a person goes above and beyond like that, I think maybe unions get overtime, maintenance and whatever get overtime, although it's not a union job. I think there should be some provision for times like that when a person like he gives that many more hours and days. And you know what? If we had to hire somebody to do that, if he just said, nope, not my job, it's, I'll put in a few hours and many hours a week, what's reasonable, I think it would cost us a lot more for some of that type of work. So that was my input on there.
Mike, do you get paid overtime for anything you do above and beyond your?
Other than this?
Not normally, but that was one special exception that was made with the phone system, so.
That you were paid more?
You were paid for it.
I was reimbursed my hourly rate of pay for those
Okay,
hours.
all right.
Oh, 200, okay, that didn't come up at that meeting, so that was,
Yeah, I left the meeting.
okay.
Yeah, that was the only time. I'm considered salary other than that, so it says in my contract that typical workday is 8 hours or as needed to fill the needs of the district, basically.
You did get some reimbursement for that?
Yep, that one I did,
Okay.
just because of the, I guess, kind of extraordinary circumstances of it.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. And then probably for taping some extra time, overtime?
Yeah, that's a side agreement. It's like a stipend.
Okay,
So.
glad to hear that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so you good with that one, Polly?
Yeah,
Okay.
Randy?
Yeah, I'm fine with that one.
Okay, 4.4. And you had the.
Okay, so on this one, as I understand from sitting in on the meeting, that this would be a freeze for Josh for I don't know how many years until Chad catches up to this salary. And I don't have in front of me what it is now. But I did some figuring on a spreadsheet some months back about percentages of increase, but instead of, nobody in this district has taken a freeze. Nobody takes a freeze, has that I know. But why not? I think in the other vein, I think it'd be more fair for somebody to catch up to somebody, Josh has some years of service above and beyond our other athletic director. And that brings up another point to me is that do we really need 2 athletic directors? I think it's time for us to change some job descriptions because we might still have a need for 2 people, but they're not doing the same. And I think that would reflect a difference in pay. And for one to kind of catch up to the other, like teachers, they might have some longevity years of experience, but just because one comes in and they have the same, education or whatever, they don't automatically catch up. I think it's a fairness issue, and instead of freezing Josh, I think something else should be worked out that maybe Chad should catch up to him in some way, because I don't think that freeze is fair. And as I understood, that might take 4 or 5 years or more from that discussion. That's all I have to say.
In the meeting, was I had left, was Josh fine with that freeze?
Yep.
I was fine with it.
This is the most backwards negotiation I've ever seen. And the employees agreed to these and she's doing it on her own, on herself to negotiate it.
I'm just
You are.
input because I'm not on the committee.
You show up.
Employee agreed.
Well, I didn't see his signature on here, neither one of them, so I just want,
My concern is we have discussed whether or not we need 2. We've discussed that there was secretaries over on the Virginia campus that did a lot of the community ed stuff, correct? Did a large portion of that. And so I feel like going forward, we really need to look at whether or not we need 2. There's some larger districts that don't have 2. And if we're looking at, having to make some cuts, where is it most appropriate to make those cuts? They're never easy. But that is one area that I think we need to be exploring a little more heavily on the need there and whether or not secretaries, or if we have to bring back or hire a secretary to help with the community ed stuff, because now things are going online for registration is my understanding. So some of that, those responsibilities and duties will be taken away. So I have concerns about continuing to have two when a lot of other districts don't.
I at least like to see, I don't know if there's job descriptions for both of them, but I'd like to see what they are. But I do kind of agree with Polly that there was talk about like a turf manager and stuff. I think maybe there is a need for two, but in kind of a different capacity. I don't know, but I would like to see what their job descriptions are right now, I guess, and what needs we still need within the school too.
And I think
maybe doing different things, yeah.
I think it just needs to be open and out there,
right,
in conversation right now, that this is something that we do need to look at. So everybody is aware that is on the radar for discussion. And our athletic directors are on their own contract. They're not in any unions either.
That's correct. Okay, 4.4.
So is there, I can't remember if there's not a protocol, but a pre-existing practice, voting on some of these separately. I'd agree with the rest of the consent agenda, but not on a couple of them we're discussing here. Like say, for instance, this one, I could probably vote for the rest of the consent agenda, but not.
Why don't we discuss them all and then you can take them one at a time to address her concerns?
Just the ones that we've
right.
pulled for discussion?
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay, 4.6.
Okay. And then the other one, I think there was the only one more that anybody had.
Two more. There's 4.6 and 4.13.
Oh, yeah. Just following up on Terry's comments, I think that maybe the board should revisit what our policies are on clubs. And if some of the things that Terry said were accurate, if the Gay Straight Alliance is a national group, and then it's really not student-led, and I didn't go onto the website myself, but, if you have a student-generated club, I don't care if it's the Satan Club or the Jesus Club or Gay Straight Alliance, it's not the thing. But I think we might have to be careful to see how some of these groups and clubs are tied with national organizations that do have political agendas. And there could be,
I don't think there's any political.
There is.
Affiliate, even at the high school level?
Well, I mean, that Gay Straight Alliance is definitely, they have a part in their website where they talked about activism and stuff like that, so.
So just out of curiosity, have you guys looked into all the other clubs and what their rules are?
That's what I'm saying to you.
That we should revisit.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Because you have to have equal opportunity for
Correct.
everybody and for all
Can't be
students.
discriminatory.
And these are clubs that have been in place for, it's nothing new. I can remember back to 2007 and having this Gay Straight Alliance Club. So it's nothing new. Why all of a sudden is this a topic of conversation?
That's my point. We should review all of them to see that they are all student-led. And I understand that, do the clubs have to have bylaws? Do they all have bylaws? Let's examine all of them, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
One thing, though, about when I made the comment about maybe a political, I think I saw stickers on some of our teachers' windows. I don't know what pictures I was looking at. I look at so many ads and maybe there was promotion or some special event, but some of our teachers have stickers on their windows and I don't know what it's.
Whatever they want.
But it came from, I did look at one part of it to see, Gay Straight Alliance, that's where it came from. And you can pay $5 or $7 a sticker from that organization and they have them on their window. So that's why I'm saying maybe there's some, politicalization. It could be happening in other clubs too, and I would be just as much against it.
It could just be for supporting students and letting them know that's a safe place to come and talk.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think all of our classrooms, our whole campuses, they all should be a safe place, not just certain rooms, Let's have our whole campus a safe place, okay? And not safe for particular.
But I mean, I hate to get into the weeds of it, but is it our job to decide what clubs the students or staff feel the students need? I mean, is that our job to go over every?
Did the staff decide? Wait, now, did the staff decide?
Polly, don't pick words up.
No, you said the
Okay,
staff
I
decide
just-
that the students need.
Regardless.
These are student generated.
Regardless.
Okay, that's all. Let's
Do we
be
need
accurate.
do we need to dissect everything that they're doing? Because I trust in the school staff and the people in education and, what they're working with students on and what students' needs are and what they need support in at this time.
Well, I'm an
I
advocate
trust
for
them.
parents' rights, so I think
I'm a
that the
parent too,
parents.
so
yeah,
I'm an
that's-
advocate for parents' rights also.
Yep.
But there's also things that, I mean, there are certain things, and I know we've jumped into these weeds before, but there are certain things that by law, kids that are a certain age and older get to make medical decisions for themselves and other things like that. And we follow laws.
And that's okay, but I think it's all right for us to discuss it and to be just aware of what's going on when they're going to these meetings, whatever meeting it may be. It could be a knitting meeting or whatever, but just that parents are aware for parents' rights and knowing what's going on with their kids.
Okay.
Because a lot of times, not every time, but it could happen, and it's our job to protect the kids from, a potential that they get maybe talked to and their parents don't know.
Okay, so then tell me why 4.7 wasn't pulled, the chess club advisor, or for discussion. It seems like things are being picked out,
I think we're going a little off topic.
but I think it's relevant. I think it's relevant.
I know.
I was speaking, so just hold on a second. If we're going to be picking things out, why aren't we picking out all the other things too? I feel like that's not right either.
I think that they picked it out because it was brought up by someone who talked about it. I think that's why they picked it out, to discuss it. However, I do think that I have found within our clubs and our schools that everybody has been real open to parents coming in and talking and gaining information. So and it is a parent's job. I believe in parents' rights too, but it's a parent's job to have conversations with their kids and be open and transparent that way. And I think as a school, we also need to be welcoming to parents to come in to see what, like my daughter's in Leo's club, to see what that's all about, to have those discussions. So I don't know if it needs to be looked at or not. I'm okay with it going on. I just want, if parents are having issues, they should be able to come in and talk to the advisors or talk to, the students. But really it comes down to parents having conversations with their kids.
And if a parent becomes aware and they don't want that, then it's a discussion with their student. And also, I would assume that, the advisor, they can have a conversation with the advisor and the student. And, I'll let it.
Said if the parent.
I'll let it.
Well, the one thing
all I
what
would
we
say
could,
about that.
we do is now, it's a contract year, and this is part of the teacher's contract, all these different organizations. And then at our last year's meeting, they said, well, we'll keep it on the books, but this club did not have any students the last 2 years. So we approve the teacher's contract and with all the clubs and all the activities. And at that time, it would be an appropriate time, I think, to have any questions about it.
And I remember last year we did approve this, and I voted for the whole list of clubs. I'm just saying, back to what I originally said, is that let's review our policies. Let's see that all clubs are following the policies. If they have to have bylaws, they should have bylaws. If parental permission and or knowledge is required in our policy, let's make sure that happens. And Brandy, you just kind of said if the parent becomes aware.
Polly,
I just-
picking apart words.
I'm not.
Let's move on.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm ready to move on.
Okay, but
Wait, members of the school board, at this point, I need to interject. There's a lot going on right now. Here's what the law requires you to do. You are in the state of Minnesota. That's important. All student clubs have a right to exist.
that's the equal access law, right?
Even if they are, there's a number of laws. Even if they are started by a student or a teacher, it doesn't matter. And I'm telling you right now, if you go into this heavily in micromanaging the clubs that the teachers are they're $478. What are they going to buy with $478? They're going to quit. I'm telling you right now, they're going to quit clubs. They're going to stop doing these clubs because they do not want to be micromanaged on these hours that they're spending. In addition to that, please don't even go with what people are putting on their cars. You're going to end up in the front page of the Minneapolis Tribune for the wrong reasons. People can put whatever stickers they want in their cars. We're in America. That's what they can do. They can drive that car to work, assuming it's not profane or anything like that. And as far as, I've been here 7 years. I haven't had a single problem or heard of a single problem with clubs. This sounds like looking for a problem where none exists. Let the kids have their club. Who's being hurt? That's all they want to do is have their club. And the state laws are firmly behind this club, as they are with all of the other clubs. If you go down this road, I'm strongly advising you not to do this, because you're gonna end up in legal problems and issues. Please don't do that.
Well, I don't think that, in all due respect, I don't think that the point was not having the club, was just to know what the background of it was and the bylaws, and just to know the body of it so that we're informed. And also to throw in the fact that parents are informed of whatever. I mean, you can use the chess, in there too. I don't think the point was not to have the club. It was just to know the body of it, that's all.
Again, I feel like history speaks for itself, and it seems as though that is being handpicked to be taken out for discussion.
Right, and because you've said that, then what Polly said is lost on everybody. She's just saying to look at the body of the policies for these.
And members of the school board, if you zero on one club, I'm warning you right now, and I cannot be stronger in this, this is not going to end well for you as a school board. Please don't do that. If you want to look at general clubs and all that kind of stuff, we can certainly do that, but I'm also telling you, you're going to get a reaction from the teachers. They do not want to get micromanaged because they're spending way more time on this than any revenue they're getting. And we deliberately, in negotiations, tried to make clubs so it's easier, so teachers can do things with kids, so kids are excited to join. We have a whole bunch of clubs that we never had years ago, and it's because it works. We're not getting any complaints on the administrative level.
Do you know if in our policy, all students have to have their parents' knowledge or consent to join a club?
No,
Or not?
I know that because my
No.
daughter joined without my permission, and I was fine with that.
And then don't forget, Nicole just said that we're zeroing in because we had a member of the public bring it up under visitor input, okay? So now we heard some things and we had some comments.
But we're all missing, we're all missing the point here. We're not approving the club at all. What we're doing, we're approving the money to be spent. And so we're getting way off in the
But
weeds.
it's okay to have discussion on it.
Oh, fine, but it's not at this point in time. This is to pay the advisor.
Policy on clubs, I suppose we have a policy on. So maybe the appropriate thing would be to, just when we are reviewing policies, is to look at that.
We can do
Right.
that.
But isn't that what I said in the beginning?
It is.
I know, but
It is.
That's all I said.
It is, but
I don't know.
Hey, we got.
I know, but Director Addy, I'm worried. I'm hearing things as a board, you don't want to go there. That's all I'm saying.
But I don't know what
Agree.
that you're
I'm
implying.
talking about bylaws and
I'm
all
talking
this kind of
about
stuff.
Minnesota state laws.
Time to move on.
Road we don't want to go down. It sounds like it's a problem, or it's going to be a whatever.
So,
I think,
The other one left is
4.13.
4.13.
right. So my reason for asking that for discussion is because that's a dean of students position. We have a dean of students, and person left us, and it's probably the most opportune time, which I think even if she didn't leave us, is now that our schools are coming together, our high schools, I think the board should first have a discussion to see if we want two principals and a dean of students, a principal and a dean of students. We might just go the two principal route because we can get more mileage out of two principals, and the with the masters and 18 with that salary of, almost $86,000 plus benefits and everything, we could probably get a full principal that can do evaluations and can do other things that just the dean of students can't do. So I would like to pull that from the table so we can decide as a school district, now that we have two high schools coming together, what we really need.
The dean of students is roughly 20,000 plus less.
Than a principal.
Principal.
Oh, you've done some figuring already, but even still, for $20,000, a principal can do a lot more.
Can I ask this question?
Wait, can I just, one more thing, because then what we're having now is like 7 through 12. It's like having a junior high and a senior high now all together. And we've had two principals before like that, and that's what we really have in whatever right now. And we maybe want two principals and a dean of students. Go ahead.
So my question is, right now, this second, what's our plan? Is it a principal at the high school, assistant principal, a dean of students?
As of right now, from an administrative point of view, it's a principal, assistant principal, dean of students, 3 people. So it's not an addition over what we currently have.
Okay, so see, the board hasn't talked about that. Now, principal, assistant, and a dean. And assistant would be, would the assistant have to have a licensure, principal licensure?
Yep.
Okay, so then what's the difference? We're not going to be much difference in pay, so now we're going to have 3. That's just what I brought up. But see, we never had this discussion before, and it's on the consent agenda just to go ahead and do this. So that's what I get frustrated at, is that we don't have full board discussions about some of these things.
And if it was going to be a cut or a difference, we would have brought it up during the budget process, but it wasn't a reduction or a change in revenue or money one way or the other.
That, I know that budgets are recommendations from administration, but that's for the board to discuss, which we're doing right now. And so I don't know, you said that was the plan, the budget plan, but I still don't know what the rest of the board members think about principal, assistant, and a dean.
Well, you're the board, you can do whatever you want.
That's my point.
That's why you're here.
But it was on the consent agenda just to automatically do it without discussion. That's why I pulled it into discussion, okay?
Because it's not a change from what we're currently doing right now. You're going to have a building of approximately 1,100, 1,200 kids. If you don't have 2 principals, a dean, the building will be dysfunctional. It will not operate. You'll have problems. You'll have problems all over the building with supervision, et cetera. People will want to. Nobody likes an administrator until they need one.
I mean,
They need one.
I think that for the first year, to be able to see what the need is, I'm comfortable, I'm comfortable seeing what the need is for next year, but.
And if it changes, then we revisit after the next year. But for the first year, you're in a new building, you got kids coming together from 2 different schools, you got 2 teaching staffs from 2 different schools. This is not the time. I am recommending you to change that administrative and cut it and reduce it in the high school.
So the only change it would be instead of 2 full-time principals, we'd have an assistant principal and a principal.
Correct.
What's going to be the difference in those duties and that work and that, whatever, instead of having 2 principals?
So that's the one thing that you hired me for, is to run the school district and to run this with the principals. And so keep in mind, we just finished moving 2 high schools into a new building. We just finished selling a whole bunch of excess school equipment. We're got people, we're closing buildings down, and so as of this minute, we haven't specifically sat down with exactly who's going to do what. But we will be doing that and sitting down, so there will be a division of duties between the principal, assistant principal, and the dean is mostly going to be discipline in nature.
Yeah,
The dean cannot do teacher evaluations and observations.
Usually are mostly discipline and everything. So again, the board hasn't had that discussion and what the different duties would be. Now you're starting to explain to us what the different duties might be, but we don't know. It's still in process.
Okay, so we're going to move on. We have lots of business to attend to. So we're going to vote on 4.3.
I have one more question. When it says here on that position, on that second agenda, it says pending licensure. So what? The dean of students just has to have a teaching license, right? So why does that notice say pending licensure?
Okay, we've brought this up before in prior school board meetings, but if a teacher does not have a Minnesota license, they have to go through an application process.
Okay, so,
This particular teacher is coming from another state.
Okay.
So there's a process they have to go.
okay, that explains that. Thanks.
Okay, so with the discussion of 4.3, 4.4,
Can I
4.6.
just ask a question though? Will there be a budget about the, like, moving, will there affect the budget at all?
No, it won't affect the budget at all.
We'll have no more discussion on the items. We will just vote to approve. Can I get a motion for 4.3?
Remember we discussed taking the ones that were pulled for discussion?
What he's doing.
Yeah,
I thought you said the consent agenda.
no, we're just
We're voting on the ones that we pulled.
right.
Okay, which one's first? The
4.3.
3?
Pay attention, Polly.
Hey,
4.3.
That's
Okay, can I get a motion to approve 4.3?
I'll make a motion.
disrespect.
Motion, no, I'm just,
Second.
second by Director Reardon. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 4.4, can I get a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion by Director Yuhan,
I'll
Second it.
second by Director Westby. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
And no.
So it's 5-2. 4.6, can I get a motion for 4.6?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Director Lotiger,
No support.
support by Director Yuhan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. 4.13, can I get a motion for 4.13?
Make the motion.
Motion by Director Yuhan, support by Director Reardon. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
5-2. Okay, all righty, so we're moving on. Reports. Restorative discipline practices in Rockridge Elementary Classroom. Presenter Hannah Davidson Teff.
And while she's setting up members of the school board, the reason why she is presenting is restorative practices. It's a word that, this is not a new phrase. This has been around for 40 years plus. It's not new. However, it's one of the words that is being bantered about is on a political end. I know politics came up earlier. It's a word that is a phrase that it's suddenly attached with a lot of negative connotations, which frankly are not true. It's a tool. It's not how you do maybe everything, but it is a tool that some teachers use. Probably what's happened is in the criminal justice system, the word restorative came up and it was associated with letting criminals go free, letting them, their sentences be commuted. That is not at all what it is in the educational world. But somehow that connection got made, but that's not what it is. So aside from the politics of all this, which we want to stay out of it, so Hannah's up here to show you what actually happens in a real classroom, in a real school district, in Rock Ridge, to see how one teacher does something in the classroom. And so that's why Hannah is here.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Thank you for that intro, and thank you for having me, school board. Before I start, I'm going to read off some quotes. to get all of our minds focused to where I would like us to go today. When we do something like this in my class, I tell the students that they can close their eyes or sit on the floor or lay down, or just zone out and listen to me. So feel free to do any of those things if you'd like to. And this is the first quote. Raise your words, not your voice. It is rain that grows flowers, not thunder. In times of stress, the best thing we can do for each other is to listen with our ears and our hearts, and to be assured that our questions are just as important as our answers. Fred Rogers. The behavior is not about you, it's about the student and what's going on in their lives. Jim Sportler. If a child can't learn the way we teach, maybe we should teach the way they learn. Ignacio Estrada. These children aren't seeking attention, even though they will settle for it. They are looking for a safe and trustworthy connection. The Circle of Security Project. All right, so thank you for participating with that with me. On the background, I have what in restorative practices you might call a centering piece. So something that you can like look at if you just need to have a moment. So I always have one of these in my classroom. I have a slideshow going. And so I picked Life Vermilion because I thought that could be centering for all of us. So Dr. Schmidt asked me to speak on restorative practices, which has become the basis of how I run my classroom. You may have heard of it referred to as restorative justice, restorative discipline, or something similar. I'm going to walk you through what a restorative classroom actually is and what it is not. Restorative justice is not new. It is not an opportunity to have no consequences. It is not CRT or any other advanced study topic. However, it is the why behind the rules that we all have and abide by. It is relationship building, to make a school a place where we all want to be. It is a proactive approach to discipline, allowing the students the space to learn how to communicate their needs and understand their social, emotional health. Restorative justice is not magic. It's not a quick fix. It's not kids walking all over adults. It's mutual respect among students and adults. So Dr. Schmidt asked me to acknowledge how my classroom and routines have changed as I've added years to my experience. And with that, also being educated in restorative justice. While I was considering that, I realized that my goal hasn't changed. Each year I hope to help all students feel like they belong, like they have people that they can trust, and because of that, we get some good learning in it. But my mindset and outlook on how we got there has changed. We work on growing our brains. We make mistakes. We don't give up. We apologize, and then we try to make it, whatever that problem was, right. We check our words to check how they could make other people feel. We take breaks when we get a little wild and acknowledge if our body is safe. We check in on if we are choosing kindness or not. We talk about respect. When I asked my outgoing kindergartners about that, they gave me some good quotes that I thought I could share with you. So Hudson said, "It would not help clean our Kari, so we are going to keep our hands off the walls." He thought that was how we show respect. Suvi said, "I zip my lips so I will be calm and other people can learn even though we are in the hallway." And Mason said, "We solve our problems with words, like, please could you help me with that, instead of getting so mad." So that is what the kids said about respect. In our class, the base of all this we call a circle, which is a pretty standard routine for an elementary classroom. Under the restorative umbrella, some call it a proactive circle. We hold circle every day, and it usually starts with us greeting each other, maybe a little singing. We might attempt to calm our bodies or maybe dancing. We always switch it up a little bit. Our daily morning circle is how we greet our day. It only takes about 7 to 10 minutes, and it gives us all a chance to speak and listen to one another. We pass around a talking piece, and the rule is if I'm holding the talking piece, I can speak. If I'm not talking. So this is just like a normal circle that we do every day. You can see the little girl that they're mostly all looking at is holding a talking piece. So it was her turn to speak, and this is just like our everyday routine. This one we were doing a little reading in our circle, so they all have their books in front of them that we were practicing that day. And this one, I chopped off a student over here, but he was teaching them some ninja moves. So we were doing a little dance or a little movement break in there. Also, I don't know if I said this part, but if they don't want to share or they don't have something to share, they can always say pass. Now, these circles are always fun, and we love to hear about Susie's goldfish and Larry's grandpa's truck and all that good stuff. But the reason that this routine has changed everything is because of how the students listen to one another and me. We do a proactive circle like that every morning, and the idea there is that we are learning some of those listening skills. Practice respecting others, and then when problems arise, because they always do when you're in the business of helping humans learn how to be humans, we work together to repair the harm that might have come from that problem. Actually, I think I need your guys' help with this next part. So, oops, not yet. So I'm gonna come over to you. And I have a little script because I didn't want to put you completely on the spot. So I have one for everybody. And then you're like number 1, you're number 2, number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So they're going to help me out. And I'm putting on my kindergarten teacher hat. I don't know if you guys knew that, but I am a kindergarten teacher. And so if a problem arises, this is something that we sometimes do. And the lines that you have are lines from my class as well, with the circle that we did together. I typed up their comments to fit this pretend thing. So I'm going to set the stage a little bit. So friends, when we started math a little while ago, one of our friends was not ready to learn. They knocked over some pencil boxes, they were kicking at a chair, and they kept on screaming. Now, our friend has calmed down, and I spoke to them, and now they have a safe body. They've cleaned up their mess, they finished their work, and they've apologized to our class. But now we have to work together to make this better for everybody. Even if you know which friend did that, that doesn't matter anymore. We're going to talk about what happened and how it made you feel, and how we can make sure that our classroom is a safe place for everybody. Remember, if you don't have the talking piece, should I bring my talking piece? If you don't have the talking piece, you are listening. And if you do have the talking piece, you're speaking or saying pass. And if you agree with what someone is saying, you can show a thumbs up. Or my kids like this one, we show a connection, like, oh, I understand what you're saying. So this is our talking piece. Usually in kindergarten, we like to have something that you can play with. So if you want to squish it when it's your turn, you may as well. So for the first round, my question is, what do you think you have all done well today? So I'm going to start with Tim. Well, I'll start. I think you all did your morning work very well today. And you just one.
I helped Bill zip his jacket this morning.
I'm supposed to take number 1.
I'm sorry, take mine then.
He's back in kindergarten learning to follow directions.
Okay.
I'll take number 1, and then you can have 3. We did our math.
My mom's birthday is in June.
We didn't do real ninja moves in the hall, just pretend.
I did all my math and didn't have to ask for help.
I borrowed my purple marker to Nicole.
Thank you, I liked it. We all remembered to do the hot lunch count.
And I'm not partaking because I know this is a very strong emotional and psychological thing. I've been in these circles before, and it can traumatize people. I've seen adults be traumatized and break down to tears. And this is a certain educational philosophical thing. And we haven't even decided as a school district if we believe in this, okay?
So
It's Anna.
in that case, then we would have a pass.
High five.
Thank you.
I'm 100% for it. Nice job.
one who was willing to share. Now, we all know what happened when we started our math. So I want
It's okay if you need to take a break.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Thank you.
You did an excellent job. You did an excellent job, and I appreciate the fact that you're here doing this.
You know, and it's okay.
Because it's just a good example of what it is like in the classroom, so thank you.
It's my turn too now.
I think you had your turn, and that's the result.
You can't. Listen, I want you not to take offense. You believe in this very strongly. I just don't, okay? A lot of people do.
Well, and I agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
That's why I think the motions came, because
See?
that's what I've learned, is that it is so powerful, and that's why I love it in my class.
Okay. It's powerful.
I appreciate that you're here telling us
And I do.
about it.
Nothing
I
against
really
you.
do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did not expect that one. To start crying anyway. So for the next part, we're going to think about what happened when we started our math and how that makes you feel. And of course, you can always say pass if you don't want to share. I felt frustrated when we started our math.
I felt sad.
I'm going to pass.
I felt annoyed.
I pass.
I am really frustrated because I just don't get it.
I was a little sadder than Tim.
I was grumpy.
Feelings are very strong emotions.
Thank you for sharing your big feelings. Now, for our last round, I want you to share one thing that you can do to help keep our classroom safe and take care of ourselves and others. So I'm going to start with Tim on this one.
You ready, Bill?
I'm ready.
Ready? Use my word.
If someone has big feelings, I could ask if they want to take a break.
I could ask someone if they want help, and if they say no, give them space.
People don't know what is in your brain, so you have to tell them.
Take a deep breath if something is frustrating.
I can ask for a hug or a fist bump if I'm feeling angry.
I can ask to get a drink of water.
Thank you, everyone, for joining me with that circle. I know it can be hard to think about things that give us big feelings, clearly. But I heard all of your brains grow with all those great ideas. And I can tell that we are ready to get on with our day. Thank you, school board, for acting with me. Very impressive, I have to say. I'll move back over to my spot.
Thank you very much.
So that was a mock restorative circle. And the beauty of all this is that when we do circles every day, we are being proactive and we're building those skills and that trust so that people feel like they can share. And the times that we have to do those restorative circles is less frequent. Of course, I'm not saying that my classroom is perfect. There will always be lessons and moments that we have to practice sharing again or discuss cutting in line, and I know that part will never disappear. But the reason I'm so passionate about restorative practices is because it isn't something that just works for 1 minute. No, I'm fine. It isn't something that I have to make new every day or something I have to buy. It is creating authentic relationships and allowing students the space to find the empathy and respect that they already have in them and learn how to use it in our school setting. So, in conclusion, here's my restorative classroom elevator pitch. Restorative practices are allowing everyone space to think about a situation. What has happened? Who was impacted? How were you and the others involved feeling when it happened and then afterwards? And what do we do to make it right? Our students are so very capable. And I love that my job is being able to help them find that inside of themselves. Thank you for letting me share. I'm crying.
Absolutely disgusting. I need a break myself so I can sit and do what I came here to do.
You got your.
And that is to vote, and that is to vote and make decisions for kids.
Don't grandstand.
Polly,
Don't grandstand.
I need my little break.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're moving on to 5.2. This is the NESC fiscal year 24 annual plan. Who's,
Yes, this one, members of the board, this is mostly merely an FYI. We do belong to the Northeast Service Cooperative, and what you have with you, they have a plan, they have a board, and so what you see in front of you, this is what their plan is, and I just wanted you to see it, so you can see it. And I just want to, we're not going to go through this, go through it, but I've had this asked me so many times, I'm going to go out of my way and point it. On page 9, they do have an equity component. So I've had people say to me, nobody else do this in northern Minnesota. The answer is yes. Your very own service co-op does pay attention to it. That's just a part of it. You can see all the other stuff, information. This is just an FYI to the school board. No action is required.
okay. 5.3, treasurer's report.
Oh, boy. That's me. All right. I gotta make it bigger. Okay, thank you. Our treasurer's report, bank balances as of May 31st, 2023. Checking and savings accounts, Miners National Bank, balance of $4,518,429. Franson Bank, $3,643,466. First National Bank of Gilbert, $1,616,578. Minnesota Trust PMA Securities, $672,385. Minnesota School District Liquid Asset Funds, $322,760. A balance total of $10,773,618. Our construction bond funds, Ellers Investment Partners, balance of $14,128,842. Our OPEB funds have balances of, well, it's Minnesota Trust, the PMA Securities, $9,042,135, and Mid-America, $5,107,320, with a total of $14,149,455. That here ends the treasurer's report.
Well, thank you.
I make a motion to approve the treasurer's report.
I second it.
A motion by John. Second by Director Westby. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes 6-0. Please let the record reflect that Director Laudiger had stepped away from the board meeting. Okay, 5.4, Eller's update on the 2019 bond referendum.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. Thanks for having me tonight. I am just going to go over a quick presentation that you should have in your packets regarding your bond referendum, really from 2020. At that time, you passed a referendum in May of 2020, and when we issued bonds, each separately, Evelyn, Gilbert, and Virginia at the time, we issued authority that was granted to you at the time of that election. Since that time, there was a statutory change that allows you to access up to the full amount. And that's what I'll be speaking to tonight. So in 2020, there was language in statute that limited the deposit to the construction fund. based on the market conditions or the premium that you received at the time. And then in 2021, there was a law change to modify that section of statute that then would allow school districts to issue bonds in the full amount of the authority granted to voters on the ballot amount. So the ballot amount stated for Evelyn Gilbert and for Virginia an upper limit that the school boards could access in order to complete their projects. And so that's then created some additional authority that you can then access for your continuation of building projects. So it has to do with the legal interpretation of that statute, and school districts across the state have been accessing this authority. So you've been kind of one of the districts that have been in this unique situation of having started a project prior to the law change, have been able to get really far into your projects, and then had been hit with a pandemic in which changed kind of the dynamics of what your construction project looked like. So a lot of that meant for certain districts being able to purchase a lot of their projects and get in, or a lot of the materials, get a lot of stuff done, but then seeing the construction inflation that has then affected sort of the second half of those projects. So, so if we look kind of just, I have some stats in here about some of the districts that have issued, that have passed elections over the last several years. So you being one of them. But if you look back maybe since 2017, there was about 100 districts that have had voter-approved elections for building projects. And then about 70 of those have had material amounts available to be able to go back. So for instance, there were some districts that had maybe $40,000 available to access that they were under the voter-approved amount. And those districts, it doesn't make sense to sort of access that additional money. But 25 districts to date have, and we have another district talking about accessing this additional authority tonight. 25 districts to date have gone back relative to what they accessed from the voters initially, and then were able to go back and issue the remaining authority up to the statutory or up to the ballot amount in order to complete the remainder of their projects. So maybe just to put this more in context of what your bond issuances look like. So you can back again to when Evelyn Gilbert had their ballot amount on in their vote for their voters and what Virginia had for their voters. So that's on page 3 of the handout that we have presented. So if you're looking in the results of the sale bond, the authorized amount or the amount on the ballot was $30,940,000, and the bond amount or the par amount that was actually issued was $28,550,000. So just to kind of put the context around that, that ballot amount shows up on the ballot. So that's the upper limit of authority now that the law changes happen. And that bond issue amount or the par amount is actually what the district borrowed. So the amount of debt the district borrowed. So, so that remainder, the difference between those two of $2,390,000 is the amount of authority that the voters have granted the district that the district hasn't fully taken advantage of. So the net projects available at the time were met, $30,924,000, and that's listed in the box to the left. And a borrowing amount of $28,550,000 was achieved that because of the premium. And the premium is the amount of difference or the increase over the par amount or the value of the borrowing due to market conditions. So underwriters who purchased your bonds paid more than the face value of the bonds, and you were able to put that towards the project cost. And so for that, for Evelyn Gilbert, portion of the borrowing was $2,390,000. And then in the Virginia district, the Virginia voters authorized $147,535,000, of which only $136,355,000 was needed at the time of the issue in order to achieve the project cost at that time, leaving the district $11,180,000 of borrowing that is now available to complete the projects that have now exceeded the project costs that were estimated at that time. And so now you are Rockridge, you are consolidated, and so that remaining authority in each of those districts has now become the remaining authority of the Rockridge district to be able to access in order to complete the projects. So there's a number of different ways that school districts can access revenue. The school or the voter approved authority, in your case, $13,570,000, is beneficial because you also receive state aid on a school building bond portion. So school districts in general can access additional revenue for a limited types of projects, for instance, long-term facilities maintenance revenue for indoor air quality projects, or abatement bonds. You can access additional revenue and levy authority for parking lots. But neither of those comes with the level of state aid that you would receive on borrowing $13,570,000 or up to that amount from your remaining authority that the voters had authorized you to borrow. So that comes with a tax impact, and those are presented on page 5. And so even though you will be getting state aid for a portion of that, there is still a tax impact to borrowing. And so we've laid out a couple of different options here. So the full amount of the authority is $13,570,000. Half of that, just under $7 million. You can see for a $300,000 home, the tax impact in taxes payable 24 would be $80. Borrowing the full amount of authority would be about $160 on that $300,000 home. And so to put that in context, and I guess I should say that the state aid component would be roughly 40%. And so that's already sort of factored out before the tax impact is calculated. And I should also note that on the original issue, you did receive funds from the Department of IRRR, and that would not be factored into this, although the state equalization aid is factored in, and that's at a level of about 40%. So to put that in context of what that means in terms of what they voted on initially, the two boxes on the next page, or the final page, page 6, are the pre-election estimates for what the voters authorized for a $300,000 home was $739. And because of the favorable interest rates at the time that was issued, where the actual amount came in at $570,000. And that was equivalent, the way that the bonds were structured in both communities at the time, so that the tax impact was the same in each of those communities. And so the tax impact came in roughly the same after the results of the sale, even though those were two issuances. And so that puts it in a little bit of a context, so it illustrates that the additional borrowing component would still, kind of compare to what the results of the bond sale and the pre-election estimates presented at the time of the election. So that was a lot of pieces trying to come together, but if you have questions, basically, start on why this was issuing or how this would fit into your project overall, I'm happy to answer those questions.
I have an issue.
What would that tax impact on commercial? You have residential here, commercial.
Yeah, and we could, generally our procedure is to, when you go to issue the bonds, we would provide a full tax impact schedule, and we could include that on the next, provide that to the district.
Because we have a lot of business owners here. I know that.
And
that
generally for, for a property value in commercial property of about $300,000, it's, almost double what it is for for a home, and I guess maybe a little bit less than double because the homeowners get the homestead credit refund. But I don't want to speak on return because I haven't done the calculation because you're part of the fiscal disparities program, and depending on where that commercial property falls in, they'll get a portion of that back through fiscal disparities. So we'll get that full schedule.
On the last page, I haven't seen this one before. I heard your information at that committee meeting, so I pretty much understand the rest of it. First of all, we don't know, what are the bonds selling for about this point in time? Because we got a better rate than what we expected. 4.1, and I think that we authorized up to 4.5%. We got it for 2.39 or something. So that's all figured in here. 2.74 is what we got it for the last time. What's typical?
So we're estimating a 5% interest rate on a 20-year issue. So in order to receive state debt equalization aid, you have to bond for a term of 20 years, approximately. And so I would say that's above the market rate that we're seeing right now for school districts issuing. But we like to incorporate a cushion to make sure that we're capturing any market fluctuations. So we've seen school districts issue this term for right around 4% right now.
So is that 5% built into these residential homestead values? And
Yes, we always calculate principal and interest after the state debt equalization aid program.
Okay. And we all know that our assessed values of our residential have gone up, and that affects, so these wouldn't be constant for 20 years. These could be, I don't know, sometimes real estate goes down, but mostly it goes up, depending upon economic conditions, right? Mm-hmm. And so then with these bonds, let's see, are we in about the third year of the bonds for 178?
The first year was,
the 29?
The first levy was taxes payable 21.
Okay, so about 3 years. But then these would go on 20 years from this point.
Yes.
So that would extend another 3 years after the other ones are paid off.
Yes.
Take action on this tonight, Noah?
It's just a discussion.
Oh, okay, good. On that last page, that's something, again, I haven't seen at all, but as I did some quick figuring just now, because I didn't have time to look at the whole packet, but, okay, all the bond things, and everything on this last column adds up to the 19.15. And then if you extrapolate what we hope to get from an IRRB for the VHS and for landscaping for the North Star, and then the tax bill,
That's the next agenda item. That's not Shelby's presentation. We're going to talk about that next.
It's not attached, okay. Yes. Okay, I'll ask them that later.
So the process, if you would want to access this additional authority, would be the same as issuing other bonds. You would have to, though the voters gave you the authorization to issue, you would start with an intent to issue bonds, where we would, kind of apply more of a, we're just using an average interest rate of 5%, but which with every one of those maturities, they would carry their own coupon. And so we just refine our estimates. We'd incorporate the increases in your tax base that we would see so that that those values are as accurate as possible. And then we'd pull together an official statement, and then the following month we'd sell bonds, and then the month after you would have the funds available. So that would be the process if you wanted to proceed with the issuance of these bonds and accessing this authority.
Okay, any more questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is 5.5, rough draft of the current and future demo and buildings maintenance. Wow.
That's me. So this is now the sheet that Director Sorkin was referencing. So the board is not acting on anything here on this tonight. This is an informational only meeting, and we're taking to the full school board, so all of you hear the same thing at the same time, and also members of the audience and those watching on camera TV. This is a really unusual situation. But please understand that if there were 50 superintendents, all 50 of them would be saying very similar things to what I'm about to say. So there's nothing really unique as far as how superintendents would look at this. My job is to tell you what your options are. I don't vote. That's up to you. So you do have an unusual option here. Now, I'm going to the bottom of the sheet, and Mike, can you put that one up so the folks at home can see it? At the very bottom, there's sources. What are your potential sources? And so there are really three sources of money. First of all, on the political end, you did really well. You need to compliment and thank your politicians over and over, and your county commissioners over and over again. They did a great job for you, and you have a very unique story, which is very unique in the entire state. We were successful on the tax exemption bill. That is going to be worth approximately, I put it down here, $3 million. What can you use it for? This is related to construction materials that we used on the high school, on North Star, on Laurentian. Whenever a contractor buys stuff, they have to pay sales tax. And so this is about how much was paid in sales tax that we were paying contractors when they were turning in and giving us the bills for it. So we were successful in that. So that's $3 million. In addition to that, the 13 million, Shelby, I was under 500,000 on your figure, so I just put 13 million. If the board decided to do this, and you don't have to do this, do not have to do this. You have a potential for 13 million that needs board approval. You have to approve it. In addition to that, there was another law change that happened in St. Paul where a law was changed, and that changed the direction some money from the taconite tax, rather than going into one account, it is going into the school account. When that law was changed, there were a number of school districts that they were specifically thinking about. Well, guess which one of those schools was? Rock Ridge. And I talked to Roy Smith at the IRRR. That is what the intent of this money was. It is about $3.1 million. And the intent when we were talking to them was North Star on that one. Because in my mind, that's your highest priority to complete was North Star. So there's $3 million there. When you add all these together, you have $6 million for sure. You have the potential for up to 13 million.
13.5 million, excuse me, right? Correct?
Yep, so, yes, I'm under again. So you have this is almost unheard of for a school district to have the ability to have almost 19,500,000 and only have to actually pay 8 million of it. So why would the school board do this? And I'm going to say this right now. You're going to have some taxpayers absolutely angry at you if you do this. It's going to happen. This is what happens when districts do things like this. Yours just happens to be more than all these other districts who did it because your original bond was higher, significantly higher than some of these other school districts. Like Grand Rapids, for example, did the school board, but theirs was smaller, so it was a much smaller amount. So you have had a number of school boards who have done this in the state of Minnesota ahead of you. Yours is just larger. So why would you do this? Why would you even think about this? So here's why you might think about it. So on the very top, and you can see it on the screen if you're watching, the reality is where we are is where we are. If you use this money to demo some buildings that you can't demo, and I put them all on there. I put all of the Evelyn Gilbert buildings are on there. The Virginia building is on, high school is on there, the Gilbert buildings are on there, and those are just approximations. So if you're a contractor and you're looking at these numbers, these are general approximations. These are not die-hard figures. And we're high, I believe we're high, and anybody else who is looking at these figures and you're going, geez, that's a lot of money to demo a building, please keep in mind, we have to abate these buildings. That is going to add to the cost. So this isn't just simply tearing down a building. We also have to do asbestos abatement in all these buildings. So you could, if you wanted to, you could demolish, and if the Gilbert building doesn't sell, they're not interested because Wolf's Head is looking at it right now. I think they have till the end of July. If they say we don't want to do it, or we can't, or you say we don't want to sell the building to you, you could bring all of these buildings down in one big swoop. Over time, it's going to take a couple years because we still have kids on the Evelyn campus. We do not have a buyer for the Evelyn campus. We've listed it. We've had a number of people look at it, go into it, walk through it. We've had a number of people go into the Gilbert building also, go through it, and they all say the same thing. It's too big. The expenses are too big. It just doesn't work business-wise for me. No, thank you. That, however, so we still are listing them, still trying to sell. We don't have a buyer currently right now for these buildings. In addition to that, under the total demo, if everything, I'm talking everything, it's about $9 million, and I'm on the high side there. In addition to that, if you said yes to this, you could finish the North Star landscaping play area the way it was originally designed. Of course, Virginia High School would have to come down. And I know that's coming up in an agenda item. There's 2 agenda items relating to Virginia High School. And with apologies to all those people who have memories, who have walked through those buildings, graduated from the buildings, I'm talking about this is your option. And where do we go from here? We don't have people interested in those buildings right now. In addition to that, you have some mechanicals in this building that aren't finished. You could finish that. You could put in new carpet. I know we love the multicolored pink carpeting here. If you wanted, you could do that. In addition to this, depending how negotiations go with the 1404 building, you could buy the building. You could remodel it. For Transportation Hub ALC, you could do that now, rather than stretching the payments over 10 years. And what that also would mean, if you decided to buy it, and I realize we're still talking about that, the entities would receive the EDA would receive their money sooner rather than trickling out over 10 years.
Is that a hard number, that 850? Because I thought they said, well, that was at one point in time, and it's really valued at over $1 million.
Yes, this is my number. I'm trying to anchor them at 850,000. So I don't know what the number
I've already
would
been
be.
involved.
So we're not done on that one. In addition to that, in Virginia, there's a bus garage. Currently, 2 buses can't fit in there because buses have gotten longer. If you wanted to, you could put a roof on it. You could move a wall out so that all of the buses would fit in the Virginia bus garage. And there's some older heaters in there from 1972 that you could replace. In addition to that, I guess I already said that. All of this comes to a figure, basically, it's pretty close to the revenue you could get. Now, and I'm going to say this, is that you don't have to do any of these things, so I'm not asking for a vote or right now. I think we need to think about it, let you have some think time, talk to citizens and people. I do have to say this. If you don't do it, say you do nothing, none of the 13 million, then people just need to understand that we'll still try and sell the buildings, but if we can't, and so far we can't, then folks just need to understand we're going to board them up, and we're going to be looking at those buildings for the next decade or 2 or 3 or however long it takes. This school board and a future school board, you do not have the money to tear those buildings down. Could something happen magical and future board get money? Anything is possible, but you don't have it on the horizon right now to do that. And if that's what the communities wants, the people just need to understand that. And so this is right now for you to just think about and contemplate. And these are just some ideas. So what would you do with it? Could you move things around, do things slightly differently? Yes. And on the far right, you can see I've kind of put there where the money revenue would come from, so you can see, so it's kind of categorized on where the money would come from. But you have an extraordinary set of circumstances. It's your call on what you want to do, but these are your options.
I have a question. Can we pay ourselves back LTFM money that we used, like for the baseball field lights, 600,000, or for like the rebranding of the Virginia gym? Could you pay it?
That's a really good question. And Spencer, maybe you're a better person to answer that question than I am.
Yeah, so some of those projects aren't even complete, like the Virginia rebranding. So of course, we could use this instead of that LTFM. And the HVAC and all that's not done there yet. The lights weren't LTFM, those were capital.
Oh, okay. But you could pay yourself back and we could save some of that money for turf down the, or something else that we might need down the road.
Correct.
Move it to a different bucket.
Yeah.
Okay.
You done?
Any other questions from board members?
I don't recall, but in budget talks, or, I don't know, was it ever a board, a vote that we were going to go for that 1404 building? Or is that just an assumption to see what the numbers were going to be?
I am just using that as a possibility. The board would have to finally vote and say yes or no.
I believe we gave guidance to, look into it, to see how much they want, et cetera, for that building. So I do believe we gave direction for that.
That's what you pay me to do.
Yeah, to look into it. I know. I just couldn't recall that we voted on going forward with it or not. I mean, actually deciding to buy it. Okay.
Okay, any more questions on 5.5? We move along to 5.6, the budget, the 2023-24 budget. Spencer, you're up.
Hello. All right. So today, the proposed budget that you see in the packet are based on the recommendations and assumptions that the school board approved on April 24th, as well as the new legislation that passed at the state capitol in late May. So several of those are in there. There are some of the smaller law changes that we still have to do some work on fully understanding, and we'll put those into a revised budget. They don't have a huge dollar amount within the budget. One of the bigger ones is unemployment. We did add a little bit of unemployment. We just have to understand more. There's revenue attached to that in the bill, but it might be a year lag on the unemployment. And we're not sure really how much unemployment is because of the summer employees that are now applied. So those are some things that we'll have to work through. We're still learning about. So we'll go over the packet a little bit here. So the proposed assumptions that our students use that carry forward method that we spoke about several times over the course of the spring, and that is a decrease of 50 students. And again, I think this is a conservative number, but like I've said every year that I've stood up here, we'd rather be conservative on our numbers than shoot too high and have it be the worst. So we have a decrease of 50 students. The revenue assumptions, if you remember, we were using a 3% increase on basic aid. Unfortunately, we received a 4%. We received a bit more money than we had anticipated. The basic skills compensatory aid, we had estimated at 728,000, and that's what we have in this budget as well. We continue to use ESSER funds for this final year of 1.16 million, and that's in there just like it was when we looked at these proposed back in February, March, and April. The special ed cross subsidy, this is another new legislation that was not in the original budget proposals that we showed you this spring. And that's an increase of about 531,000 is the estimate we're receiving now, that will come in at with the new legislation. So that's another good piece of great news. Like Dr. Schmidt just mentioned, thank the politicians. I think a lot of positive things happened for us within this legislative session. For our expense assumptions, all of our contracts will be in negotiations here soon. So we had to use an assumption of an amount. We use 2% in this case. That also has steps, lanes, longevity, anything like that within our contracts. That's part of the assumption that I made, that they would all get those. Health insurance increase, that's the next thing on the packet tonight, but I did put it into this budget of an increase of 14.3 to 15.8, depending on which health plan employees take. So that is an increase from where we had projected earlier. So that is higher, and we'll get to that on that next part of the budget to approve those. And then we had net budget reductions approved by the board in April of just under $600,000, and that's included in these projections that you see tonight. So that brings us to fund balance. We are projecting an ending fund balance at June 30th of just over 3.5 million. That would be an increase of 1.2 million. And you may ask, why are we making reductions if we see an increase in the fund balance? Remember, next year we do have to deal with the fact that we don't have the ESSER funds, and that's 1.1 million right away revenue decrease. So, and we had a pretty low fund balance according to what our fund balance policy was. We'll get to the exact numbers here in a second, but so this helps start and build that back to where we want it. Fund balance policy. The preliminary budget in April had a fund balance increase of about 600,000. So this almost doubles it based on a new legislative items that were passed and a little bit higher health insurance. So then the next page is the overall overall budget by fund. You can see the general fund, that's where the majority of our school expenses happen. That's Fund 1, 3, and 5. That's all of our teachers, all of our staff, utilities, all of that. Fund 3 is transportation. Fund 5 are capital expenditures. You can see the increase, the estimated increase of about $1.6 million, and that's from that basic aid increase, basic skills, special ed increase. There. Food service is another one where we'll see how the free lunch for all shakes out. So that will be brand new for us going into this year. There'll be some increases in community ed funding. Debt service, that's based off what we have to pay for our current debt. Building debt, kind of what we were just talking about last item. Our expenditures, we have an increase of 424,000. That's the salary and benefits, less those reductions that you proposed at the April 24th are in there. And then the bond payments, that's just our bond schedule. You can see that that's increasing, but that's what our bond schedule shows. It's part of our mortgage payment for the next 20 years. It just goes up a little bit this year. So then at the very bottom, you can see our estimated fund balance. The unassigned fund balance is projected to be at the end of 23 versus the end of 24, and that's where that increase that I just talked about, 1.2 million is. Our fund balance policy states we should be somewhere between 8.3% of expenditures and 16.7%. This puts us above that 8.3 now, so we're at 9.6 if we were to be at 3.5. So our current fund balance is below what our policy says right now. This would help us get back up there and help with the fact that we don't have ESSER again next year. So that's this year's budget. And as part of the strategic plan, we were asked to show an estimated budget kind of for the next 3 years, where we see us going in the next 3 years. We know what the basic aid will be for 24-25. It's going to be a 2% increase based on what the state passed this year. And I'm just estimating an additional 2% for the following year. Again, staff contracts are under negotiations right now, but I used an estimate of 2%, over the course of those 3 years, just so we can see kind of a rough estimate of what the budget would look like. Again, ESSER funds expiring after the 24 year. The projected budget has no staffing changes from what we currently have for the 23-24 budget. And again, these are very, very rough estimates, so don't take too much into what these are. But you can see that next page shows the proposed versus what 24-25 and 25-26. This assumes steady enrollment, steady staffing, 2% aid, and 2% contract. And you can see on the bottom, if you look at the unassigned fund balance, how that would flow over the next few years. Because our expenditures are increasing at a higher rate than our revenue is based on those 2%. So you can see go from 3.5 down to 3.1, down to 2.1, if no other changes happened. We know obviously many changes can happen and do happen over the course of a couple of years. So that's kind of what looking into the future would look like for our budgets. And then the next several pages, somebody told me it was 74 or 75, I think Dr. Schmidt told me today. I didn't count them, but it's the detailed budget of all the UFARS codes. And the different programming we have with them. Now, many of these UFARS codes will change between now and the start of school, as I know where all the teachers get placed, all the buildings people move to. We're in the process right now. I think all the custodians last week maybe moved to their new spot. I don't have those factored in. So people will move, UFARS codes will change, so these dollars will change. But the bottom line won't right now until we were to make any changes or bring a revised to you. So we do need to approve the budget by June 30th. You can choose to approve this tonight. You can choose to approve it on June 26th meeting. If you have any other questions or you want me to change something for the 26th, I certainly can. We just want to make sure we have it approved by June. I won't go through all 74 pages. Feel free to ask me now or ask me anytime.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Support.
Motion by Lonergan, support by Reardon. Any discussion?
Spencer, what's the difference between a 3-year average and a carry forward for student estimates?
Yeah, so we went over that. I don't know if I have that. We didn't use a 3-year. We used a carry forward or the state's they have a formula where they look at how many kids we retain going from second grade to third grade. And usually it's about 0.98 and third to fourth, 0.975. So we're probably, if we were to use that formula, we would be down, it was close to 100, I want to say, if I remember correctly. We'd be down about 100 students instead.
Okay, so one is more positive, one is more negative. What about taking something in the middle? And that might change things, because I had this in my files, the 21, 22, and we did the 3-year average. Gave us a bigger loss of students.
Exactly. So when I brought this to the board in February and March, that's why I asked which assumption you wanted me to use at that time. And at that time, I was told to use the carry forward method, just because we didn't know exactly how things would shake out because of last year we moved students from Virginia over to the Evelyn School. This year we're opening up a brand new high school. And we're trying to be more positive, thinking that we would retain some more kids and even attract more kids. So that's why I believe the board told me to use the carry forward.
Yeah, if we understood it even, but yeah.
Excuse me, what was that? This way.
I said if we understood it, because I didn't understand the difference personally, so. I just know it gives different numbers.
Okay. We got motion by Director Lonergan, support by Reardon. No more.
Well, I have a question here. On the third page where it goes, budget by fund.
Yes.
Okay, so the top one, the revenue on the debt service, 0.3, expenditures are 5. Is that just a natural thing because of our bonds? But where revenues and expenditures are quite a bit different. That's like 5% difference.
Can you repeat that question?
The revenues for the debt service
Yep.
is 0.3% change. And then the expenditures are 5% change.
Yeah, so that's just, each year we have to go and you have to levy for 5% of the payment. 105%, sorry, of the payment, so you get 5% more. The state does that in case there's delinquent taxes or things like that. And then every few years, they'll look at what your balance is in debt service, and they won't send you as much because you've already received it because of that 105%. So then that revenue in that year, you'll use some of the fund balance in your debt service to pay off the debt, because they don't want you to get that debt service fund balance too high. So it can fluctuate like that on a year-to-year basis.
Is that pretty like normal that it's that 5% per year? Okay, that's just, all right. Just who jumped out at me as expenditures and revenues.
Thank you again for doing that. 74 pages is a lot of information and must have been pretty time consuming, so thank you for that detail.
Any more discussion on 5.5 or 5.6? With none being had, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1. Okay, 5.7, consider approval of the district's health insurance for 2023-2024 school year.
Yeah, so this one, we went out for bids again. We typically go out every 2 years with the kiddo law. Remember last year, we went out and we had been with Blue Cross Blue Shield for a number of years. This past school year, we switched to Medica because they had the lower bid. And at that time, we said we're gonna go out again this spring, after 1 year of it, and go for bids again. So that's why we did it again. We did it just like the HITA process. It's done every year. And we received 3 quotes back. We received one from Blue Cross Blue Shield, we received one from PEEP Insurance, and then we received one from Medica Insurance, and that is through the Northern School. The increases, as you can see in your packet, range from the 14.3 for the traditional plan on Medica up to 14.6 for that similar plan with Blue Cross Blue Shield. And then the Viva plan is slightly different, and you can see the increase there is 15.8% of Medica up to 22 Blue Shield. The PEEP is very difficult to compare, especially in the Viva plan, because it is very different, and you can't change the PEEP plan. Like, we can't suggest this is exactly what we want for a plan through PEEP. It just, they have the 3 plans, and you take it or you don't. So our recommendation is to go with the medical plan. It's the same health insurance our employees currently have, and they were the lowest bid quite a bit.
I'll make the motion to approve the Medica health insurance.
Motion by Director Lotiger, support by Director Yuhan. Any discussion on 5.7?
Sir, unless I'm not seeing it right, it looks to me like the PEEP is cheaper.
Just on the Viva plan, they're 10.6, but theirs isn't called a Viva plan, so it's a misnomer. But on the traditional plan, that's actually where the majority of our employees are.
Family and single.
It's 36.6% versus the 14.3 that Medica is.
Okay, and so it doesn't kind of cancel expense on one side and a better deal on the other, meeting in the middle? Okay. All right, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, no more discussion on 5.7. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
And I just have one clarifying question on our property insurance. We've talked for years that we didn't want to switch from EMC when we're in the middle of the construction project, to hold our construction. Assuming that's going forward, as I've been looking at those quotes. Right now, I'll bring those to the next meeting. It's looking like it's going to be less than what we're paying now, so that's good news, but I just want to clarify.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Spencer.
I have a question about that, just a quick one, but because this was brought up during other boards. Are we required to go out for those insurances every so many years, like every 5 years? Whether we're in the middle of a building project or not?
We go out for insurance through our carrier pretty much every year to look at different, he'll look at different carriers.
That's what I'm saying, different carriers.
We don't have to go for a different carrier.
Okay.
You're not required to.
Okay, I remember when.
That's a service.
Okay, I remember when Mark Furdy was on the board, and I don't know, I was following, they did that again because they said we had to go out for different carriers every so many years. But that's not the case? Okay.
If you as a board would like me to?
No, I just wondered if there was a requirement, because if you remember that discussion, some of the others.
Okay, thanks, Spencer.
And last year, there was the option for
Thanks, Spencer.
2-year, and we voted to take the 1 year from Medica, so.
Okay. 5.8, consider demolition of the Virginia High School. Speak to that.
Yes, members of the board, this is on the agenda because we already have bid it out. We already have someone who has accepted the bid. There's a hard price. That's what you see on this sheet of paper at $1.345 million. It's already out there. You vetted it, everything else. So it's already there, but I'm bringing this to the school board so that everybody knows up front. I'm asking for a vote to bring Virginia High School down.
I'll make the
And
motion.
The reason for that is, Johan, you beat me to the punch.
I'll make the motion. It makes perfect sense. You're already taking half of it down. I mean, money's there now. It's,
And for those who are watching on TV or in the audience, the board, is that the plan would be, it's way cheaper to do it right now. The abatement team can move from the Malone Hall and the annex right into Virginia High School. And that right after that, the equipment is there for the demolition. It's right there. You don't have to pay for it twice. They can simply move over. There are some items in Virginia High School we will get out of there. I do remember the bronze art pieces outside Goodman. There's some others. We will get those things out of there. I'm asking you if you would like us to keep going with the demolition on Virginia High School.
And that would allow for
Playground.
Playground.
I
Yes.
support it.
With the sliding hill.
Yes, because a hill. And look who Scott Manny is still here because he knows the kids, and you heard the girl, they want a sliding hill.
Yeah.
And we can give them that.
That was pretty good. So a motion by Director Yuhan, support by Director Lotiger.
Yep.
Lotiger to approve 5.8. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passed unanimously. I will just tell you that I was in that school Thursday for the sale, for the garage sale.
Crazy, wasn't it?
I tell you, I mean, it's great to see all that stuff get repurposed. I mean, it's great that people were coming and getting cabinets and lockers and stuff. But man, I tell you, it was, for me, it was anxiety overload, seeing all these trailers and cars and people just trying to get squeezed through these doorways with this big stuff.
But just think of all the people that have memorabilia. I mean, I saw people with seats and, band uniforms and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, it was
very,
great.
very
It was
cool.
great to see that. I mean, people were taking, people bought through bid. There's still some stuff in there that didn't get purchased, or didn't get picked up, but it's beyond that point. I tell you, it was just good to see trailer loads, and I hope as we move on to these other buildings that happens again. These other buildings, that we can repurpose a lot of that stuff that's in these buildings.
Yeah.
So, that's what I gotta say. Okay, moving on. 5.9, Superintendent, 5.9.1 is to approve, you go ahead and speak to it.
Yep, this is just an FYI to the board. The governor did create a new holiday for all the state employees, Juneteenth, which is the date that the Emancipation Proclamation was said to have been publicly said in the state of Texas. So on that date, just so you know, no state employees are supposed to come to work. So this is just so you know, nothing you need to do. Next one, just want to do an update on Director Addy. Already started talking about his personal experience there. We have had a number of sales finish at the high school. We had a garage sale, which over 2 days brought in approximately $1,400. We were not trying to make a lot of money there. We're just trying to sell it reasonable prices so the local folks could get items. We sold a lot of stuff. We sold a lot more stuff on the due bid auction. That was for larger, bigger, heavier items. That's when you saw what Director Addy was talking about. There were trailers all over the place, Virginia High School, for multiple days. And you had custodians who were literally moving all over the building. They were worked to the max that day. So kudos to the custodians. To thank a custodian next time you see them. But we don't have the final figures, but with the excess school equipment, it's going to be somewhere north of 50,000, I believe, on the two due bids. But when we have that all settled up, then we'll bring that here so the board can see what those final figures were. And then the last thing just want to mention is that we did have, oh, by the way, we did have two high schools that were moving, and all the teachers were moving all of their stuff and equipment into a brand-new Rockridge High School. And again, thank a custodian, thank a teachers. I walked around all three buildings on multiple days and running into whoever I met. It went well. We're almost getting too good at this. The high school teachers, they got the stuff moved. They got moved into Rockridge High School. We did get, I think we still have some equipment out of high school, Virginia High School, and Evelyn Gilbert High School. We still need to move, but we're okay on Evelyn Gilbert High School. It went really well. And that's a testament to your employees who they organized it, they thought about things, all the way down to where's the tape? How many boxes? Who's got them? What about the elevators? Can we load this in the elevators? Who's going out what door? No, the U-Haul's over here. Move the stuff in this direction. It went really well. So that's all the updates I have for the school board. So teachers, your employees did a bang-up job.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that, so thank you to them too for all the moving and all the hours and, yeah.
I have to put a shout out to your sibling.
Well.
That and Mike.
All
there, they were both pleasant to try to, yeah.
Yeah.
Pleasant to try to navigate that building, because I got so disoriented, I didn't even know where in the hell I was. I mean, it's just, and I got to thinking, as I'm going through that building, I got to thinking, it's just a handicapped person's nightmare. I mean, there was no, it's hard to get around that building,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, but a lot of work has been put into all these moves and
Yep.
kudos again.
Hats off to all of them.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to item 6. Consider approval of the Rockridge Elementary Handbook.
Thank you for being patient.
Yeah.
No problem. I'm just to answer any questions that you have. The only changes that Sheena and Scott and I made were we implemented a cell phone policy because we didn't have one in the original one, and that came up with a couple questions. So we thought that we would put a cell phone policy in there. And then the other thing that we came up during the school year was just the dress code violation when it got kind of hot. I know some people had asked me, are we allowing the spaghetti straps, tank tops? And so I called Sheena, and Sheena said, we don't have anything in our handbook, but she doesn't allow the spaghetti straps, so that we put some just more specifics in the dress codes portion of it.
Okay, so 6.1 can I get a motion to approve that?
So moved.
Motion by
Reardon,
support by Lotiger. Any discussion?
I just want to say, for people who did not, look at it, or for people out there, there's information on code of conduct and all that stuff in that elementary handbook. So I know some people have asked about code of conduct and things, and I just want to make sure that people know that there is information in the handbook for people to view.
And we have one elementary handbook that represents all three elements.
Yep.
I would like to say that I wish there's more. Our handbooks were easier. They're found on our website. I've struggled to find it a couple different occasions. I think it should be on multiple different pages. Now refer to the handbook here. Find a button right there. It should be on a bunch of different tabs. If we could make it easier to find, that'd be great.
Yeah.
And thank you for adding the cell phone policy. I'm totally on board with that. I think that's great. So.
Angie, on the discipline and everything, I see you've got bullying, you've got code of ethics, and is there anything specific about okay, here's the expectation, here's the infraction, here's what'll happen the first time, second time, third time, that are, I can't even pull up the policies for students because it's not coming up, to see if this is just more generalized, but we have more specific policies that students and parents and teachers know, so it's not just, well, you did this for this one, and you know what I'm saying?
Well, those are our policies that we have board approved that are in our handbook. So there's no variation between that.
Okay, there's nothing more specific.
Right, and as far as for like, what is, for consequences,
Yeah.
it all depends on if it's the first time that it happened, how severe it is. So it can vary a little bit. There's no prescribed, because there's no two situations that are alike.
Yeah.
So.
Well, say if you're, no, okay. I was wondering if there's more specifics in other policies, but there's not.
No.
I just wondered, if there's an expectation, you really have to know the expectation to know specifically, and if you don't, what's going to happen specifically. I know there's leeway and there's subjectivity, but I just wondered if there were more specifics, but there's not. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. With no more discussion being had, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, passes unanimously. 6.2, consider approval and request from Mark Escala LLC for items from the Goodman Auditorium to be utilized by the Alhambra Theater in Duluth. What were the items that he was looking for? I mean, I didn't get my board packet till late, so I didn't get to go through it. But what were the items he was looking for?
He's got a number of things, and one thing for the board to consider is 6.2, 6.3, and then the additional one that was added. Willie has worked with all three of them. We believe that if the board would like, we can satisfy the requests of all three of these organizations, but some of them are similar, especially with chandeliers, but we have enough chandeliers. We believe that if you said yes, we could give those to those organizations. These are nonprofit organizations, and so that's why we're bringing it. We have tended not to bring you profit organizations. Now, in the one you just got, we believe it's mostly a nonprofit that we're talking about here, even though you will see a for-profit organization which is working with that organization.
Okay. All right.
I'll make a motion to approve 6.2, 6.3, 6.3.5, and 6.4.
I'll support that. Oh, John, go ahead.
Okay. So 6.2, 6.3, 6.3.5, and 6.4. Any discussion?
Again, did these go out to the general public or any other organizations that might be interested, or just that people came to us without others in the public knowing about it, whether they're nonprofit or not? Because I think in all fairness.
I think they're all local. I would hope.
My question was it broad in the public knowledge of items, in fairness?
These are specific local organizations who are asking for these items. If you say no, we will remove, like the chandeliers, we're going to remove those anyway. And we could certainly, if you say, we can put them up on due bid and see what happens there. Like we have done consistently, if it's a local nonprofit, we've just brought them to you, no matter what it is. And I've heard, you can tell me differently, if you would like someone from Arkansas or Florida buying some of your equipment, we certainly can put it out even wider than that. We just have kept it local, and these are specific nonprofits. If nobody is asking for this, we would remove these sellable items and keep them safe somewhere until we could bid them out or something like that.
I just have a problem with first come, first serve. First organization with their hand out, has been getting it with other organizations, may not even have known. I say it all the time. That's my comment again, that's all.
So the basketball hoops in the Virginia campus at the Proctor School District 1, were they part of that due bid auction?
They sold, but I can't remember who got them. Detail-wise, they were sold. They were on the due bid auction.
Do we know what they sold for?
They did have.
We digress.
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize.
So we do it.
I'm just curious.
We kind of do it both ways, don't we?
Okay.
Call question.
You need a second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion carries. Oh. 6-1.
That's right.
Okay. 6.5, consider approval of service contract between Area Regional Computing Consortium, ARCC, and Rockford School District for fiscal year 2024. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Yuan, support by Dr. Addy. Any discussion? None being had, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. 6.6, consider approval of renewal MSBA memberships for 2023-24 season for the amount of $10,358.
Make that motion.
Motion by Director Yuan, support by Director Addy. Any discussion? None being had, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Did you vote, Polly?
Yeah.
Okay,
Aye.
7-0.
You don't hear a no, I vote aye.
Okay, all right, very good. 6.7 through roll call. Consider approval resolution to close the Virginia High School. Okay.
So moved.
So moved by Director Reardon, support by Director
Aye.
Lotiger. Director Reardon,
Yes.
Director Lotiger,
Yes.
Director Westby,
Yes.
Yuan.
Yes.
Director Addy say yes. Director Gall.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh,
Director Sorkin.
yes. Regrettably, yes.
Yeah,
It's always hard.
it's hard, huh? And I'll be in the same boat. Motion passes. when the Gilbert School comes down and the Evelyn School comes down, it'll be,
I did not know to have this reaction. It's hard. I know it needs to be done, but it's hard.
meeting announcements. The next regular meeting will be June 26th here at the administrative building. Item 8, we will go into closed session for preliminary consideration of allegations against individual who is subject to the board's authority, Minnesota statute 13D.05 subdivision 2B. To be read by the chair, the Minnesota statute section 13D.05 subdivision 2B, I will move into closed session for preliminary consideration of allegations against an individual who is subject to the board's authority. And is there a second?
I'll support.
Okay. Motion by Dr. Addy.
I have some discussion.
By Director, hang on, I'm not done.
I'm just letting you know.
Lotiger, okay.
All right, I have an advisory opinion from the Minnesota Data Practices Office. This has to do with closing the meeting.
Going through our own attorney. If you have questions about that, you should ask our own attorney.
I'm going to make my statement, and you need to let me make it, and then you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I'm reading the opinion of 03-020 from the Department of New. Where a public body closes a meeting in reliance of 13D05 subdivision 2B for consideration of allegations or charges, the provisions of section 1343 subdivision 2A4 require the government entity to identify the individual who is being discussed and the status of the processing of the complaints or charges against the individual. So that's what we're directed to do. And I'm the same thing when you closed it about me. So it says we need to name the individual and what's the status. What's the status of the complaint against the person and the person?
I'm not an attorney, so
We're going to go by what ours told us.
I'm not gonna be an attorney, so I don't know.
Okay, I'm just, for the record,
Just going by
for
what,
the record, I just read in a, okay, that's all.
okay.
And I did ask the question of what's the existence and status of the complaint against the person? And that's, that's public information.
Go back up
So
to
are we
where I'm
taking a brief?
at. Yeah.
Well, we have to vote to,
For all those in favor of moving into closed session, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion passes 6-1. Closed session. Ready? Okay, it's 10:03, we resume our regular meeting.
I move no disciplinary action.
Support.
Support. Okay, so hang on. Find my pen. We'll do roll call at that point.
Any more discussion?
Yep, motion by Director Sorkin, support by
Did he say wait, or?
What's that? Oh, no, it was, I had the sound on here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, yeah.
Motion by Director Sorkin, support by Director Yuhan for no discipline. Any discussion? Any discussion on this?
Again, it's just, it's difficult decisions and the yucky ones.
Okay. We'll start by roll call. Director Reardon, yes for discipline, no for no discipline.
No, that's not her motion.
Yeah.
Her motion was no discipline.
No discipline.
Yes.
Answered yes
Okay, so
for no discipline. I vote no.
no for.
No for motion.
Okay, all right. No, so it's yes, okay. Randy?
No.
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Okay, motion for no discipline passes 5-2.
5-2.
Okay, at this point, I would entertain a motion to.
So moved.
Support.
Okay, all right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. See you guys on June 26th.